requirement. Say, if you are exporting some product, right? Say, for example, now the vegetable. Oh, the customer will say, okay, look, I need this parameters to be covered. When you send vegetables, I need this kind of a packaging. You need to give me the testing like this. Say, for example, if you are sending a tea, and if you are sending a tea into like the Gulf countries, they have a certain requirement. If you are sending teas to a Japan and all, they have a tighter requirement. So they are very concerned about our chemical residues level, right? So they ask for the testing, and not only that, they are not satisfied with our testing. Sometimes what they do is they randomly select the sample. Now what happened? If they start the sampling and if they identify the product is not compliance with the requirement. Say I am a tea exporter. I test my product, right? And then parameters are okay. Like say chemical parameters are okay. So no pesticides residues are there. No heavy metals are there. So then you send the sample to the product into the Japan, and then they test it. They identify the residues. What will happen to us? What will happen to the lot? What do you think? What do you think? Maybe you can use the chat as well. What do you think? So you are an exporter, you are getting into the industry. So you become a QA person. You send the sample and you got clearance, and then you send you send sample is what? Maybe 10 gram, maybe 1 kg. But your total order is about maybe 20 footer container, right? Maybe tons. We'll say 10 tons. And then they take another 10 gram sample. They check it. They identify, okay, chemical residues are there. They reject it. Now what will happen to the organization? What will happen to the tea? The tea is already in Japan now. What will happen?
It can be rejected, and also the supply can be blacklisted, because end
Yep,
of the day, it's actually on a trust basis. You open LCs and on a trust basis. So if that person cannot actually guarantee his final product, he can be blacklisted. And then,
agree.
and also he can actually bring that onto the country's authorities, and also that can be destroyed if it's not it doesn't comply to the standards that is set by the importing country.
Agreed. So it can be supply can be blacklisted. It can be rejected. So they are not going to pay you. And same time, I mean, like in that scenario, I mean, like you have a direct cost, right? But most of the buyers, they go beyond that. Like Kau said, they can communicate with the authority. Your company will be blacklisted in the country as well, right? As well as what they do is they will charge you all the shipping cost, everything they will charge you. Not only that, they will charge you for the market losses. Say they are getting tea or whatever the product to sell, right? And then if you can't provide the product, then there will be a shortage. So you have to pay for that. So that will be a thumping amount. So most of the companies, they will be suffering like that. So in Sri Lanka, if you can remember, now we have a friend in coconut industry. So there was a boost in a virgin coconut oil, because in world everybody started to talk about the health conscious health the health benefit about the coconut, the virgin coconut oil. So I'm like, everybody started the factories. So there's no killing step. What do you mean by killing step? See, HACCP, HACCP, we talk about CCPs, critical control point. Don't worry, we have not gone to that. But I try to understand your, yeah, like with your. So there's killing step mean when you identify a particular hazard, right? Particular hazard. It can be chemical, physical, microallergenic. There's a step. It actually stop like going this hazard furthermore. So when it's come to the microbe, normally killing step is what? The heating. Yep. Microbiology. The killing step is heating. So Pavitra, you are coming from engineering background, right? Physical background, right? Am I? Pavitra is right.
Yeah.
Right. So, this is very important. So, when these people identify my temperature has to be like say 70 and 5 minutes, you have to give that 70 into 5 minutes because they validate. I'm using different word, but I'll explain this. So, they validate within 70 and a 5 minute, only all the microbes will be killed. The moment you deviate from that point, like say 69, 68, 5 minute or 6 minute doesn't work. And then there's another challenging part. So you might say, okay, why we need to keep it 70 and 5 minutes? We can increase into 100 and 5 minutes. What will happen? So people like Pavitra, they will say, okay, look, let's put it into 85. We'll make sure all germs will be killed. Right. So the food people will say, okay, 75 minutes. But Pavitra said, okay, for basically he will inform to the team and say, okay, look, let's make it 80. So then we don't have any issue. 18 to 5 minutes. What will happen? What are the repercussions? Udani, what do you think? Dirka, what do you think? So you are a food people, right? So your theory now you need to bring theory into the like operational thinking. So this is what industry need, right? So what do you think? So I'm like you set up this temperature to kill the microbes. So he increased another 5 degrees. What will happen?
Heat sensitive nutritional compounds may be degraded.
Agreed. Nutrition can be degraded. What else? Kavisha, what else? You're on the right track. Tell me what else?
The color compounds may be different under the heat treatment. Color differences can be appeared.
Agreed. Pavitra is not a bino, right? So get used to this. Right. Go ahead, Kavisha. Okay. So nutrition's gone. The color is gone. What else?
Because of we talking about the virgin coconut oil, sometimes the rancidity can be happen due to the oxidation, presence of the high heat. Therefore, the shelf life can be decreases due to the oxidation stress. When we other than the other major objective is increase the shelf life using the heat treatment by suppress the microorganism growth. By the other hand, due to the oxidative stress, the shelf life can be reduced due to the rancid flavor. Majorly,
Uh,
food's quality
uh,
may be degraded.
Rancidity doesn't come in to this when you increase the temperature, but one key part. But Kavisha, you're on the right track. So it doesn't need to be a virgin coconut oil, anything, any food, right? So but rancidity comes in a different reason, oxidation and all. But you're on the right track. One key missing part is there. What else? Ruchira, you want to say something? Ruchira.
It goes to change of color and odor and taste, and also it detects the production time. Uh, when you consider 5 seconds for one batch, it added more time to the total production.
Agreed. Richard, like you're on, yeah, somebody said protein. Richard was one keyword, protein, enzymes, deactivate, agreed. And one key thing, see why we eat food, we need the taste, right? So when Pavitra increase the temperature, your taste, the organoleptic qualities has gone. Like කර එකක් කන්න වෙන්නේ. So we don't want that. We want the food safety. So this is where we have the challenge, right? We need to maintain the food safety while keeping all the, like Kavisha said, nutrition values, right? And then we call organoleptic, the feel, right? That has to be there. කර වෙච්ච එකක් කන්න කවුරුත් කැමති නැහැනේ. So that's the key part, right? So then we have that all tolerance. Because say for example now the milk, when we take a milk, we try to have a like certain taste. That's the milk taste. But when you go for a pasteurized milk, not the pasteurized flavored milk, right? If you go for a direct pasteurized milk, like normally milk are kept up like in a freezer, right? But pasteurized one, you can keep it outside, Kalkiri, right? So they keep it outside because it goes through a different cycle, right? But the taste is different. So people don't like it, right? Because it goes through a few cycle of the heat shocks, right? But it guaranteed nothing is there, right? So I hope you got my point. So if you're clear, like you can use there's a react sign, right? So you can use this. I try to get a feedback from you all, right? You're okay with that part? So when you go for a food safety, we have to be balanced. Yeah, guys, you're good. You guys good? You understand that concept, right? Kavisha, you okay? All right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. Let's move on. So then we need to know about the customer requirement. So sometimes, customer requirements are much stricter than the legal requirement in the country. So then there's another thing. When you talk about statutory and regulatory requirement, if you are an exporter, you need to adhere to the Sri Lankan statutory regulatory requirement as well as the export country regulatory requirement. So if you are sending product to Europe, even certain Gulf countries, their requirements are much tighter, right? And then the organization, product, process, and equipment. So we need to have a documented information about what is our product, what is the process, and what are the equipments. And then food safety hazard relevant to the food safety management system. Let's move on. Right. Now, they select first thing. So characteristics of raw material, ingredient, and product contact material. So that's why I said we have a friend, right? He's gone. Maybe in different area. Gauss. Okay. Restaurant. How many ingredients you are using in restaurant? In your kitchen, the canteen, the university. How many ingredients are there? Say we'll take one example. Canteen. In your canteens you have kottu roti. Team, you have kottu roti. Peradeniya ruhuna. I think like most of people Peradeniya ruhuna, right? So you have kottu roti in the canteen or not? Team. Hello. You guys. Hello. Abhishek, you have kottu roti in the canteen?
Yes, Kothurati have in canteen.
Yeah, Pavitra, you have, right? Kottu?
Yeah, I think.
Right. So how many ingredients goes to the kottu roti? Say you ask for a chicken kottu, how many ingredients goes there? Just think of the lot, right? Right. Now, see, imagine, so now, according to the HACCP, this is for 22 and Codex, organization shall ensure all the applicable statutory and regulatory food safety requirements are identified for all raw materials, ingredient and product contact material. So we need to know what are the legal requirements for materials, ingredients, in ingredients, if you are taking the whatever the ingredients, like you have a list of ingredients, so there are legal requirements. So they will say, okay, you can't use this is kind of a coloring, right? And then product contact material. Say, imagine if you are making a kottu roti, what would be the product contact material? You have two sheets, right? And then the plate. So normally, now the question, these two sheets made out of what? So we'll take common example. Now kottu roti. So these two sheets made out of what? So we don't need to go to the industry like we are taking the canteen, right? So this two sheet made out of what? And the plate made out of what? Is it SS, stainless steel, aluminium, or mild steel? What do you think?
The plate can be actually ceramic as well as also now with sustainable packaging, it can be corrugated or even paper.
Also,
And
I'm talking about the kottu making at university. That
okay,
plate, like, the bigger plate, the black color
okay,
one.
okay.
They
All right,
make like, the sound drum beat, taka 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 taka. That
okay.
one.
The tachia.
Yeah, yeah, they can be a tachia, or nowadays they use tachia and a handi, right? So
Yes.
either both, or like the plate. So we'll go with the traditional one, the plate. What do you think like that made out of? The plate, the bigger plate, like you heat it up on the bottom. So how do you make it?
We call it actually a wok. We do it on a
Yeah,
wok in our
wok.
food courts. Wok,
Yes.
or also some people do it on the tawa
Okay.
grill.
So the wok and tawa, like, it's made out of what?
It is usually
Aluminium.
it's actually stainless steel. Some have got non-stick coating in it as well.
Yes, agree. So he's coming from a well-disciplined industry, the restaurant, right? So they call wok and all, like, so it's made out of SS, stainless steel. So when you make a SS stainless steel, that is basically we call alloy, right? Type of alloy, and then depend on the usage. Say, for example, if exposed to a lot of heat or kind of a friction, you have a different alloy. So you can say, like, when you go for SS, you have like 304L, like those kind of things are there. So depend on the industry. Or if it is so acidic, you use a different type of SS, right? So depend on the industry. Say, for example, if you go for a carbonated drink, right? So, and then your mixing vessel has to have, like, should be like, capable of handling the pH, maybe 3, 4, 5 kind of a requirement, right? So you use different type of SS material. But now my question, in your canteen, what is that plate made out of? Dekha, what do you think? Richard, what do you think? Kavindya, what do you think? ඔගොල්ලෝ කොත්තු කන්නේ නැද්ද ළමයි? ඉඳලා කන්න එපායි. So what do what do you think? So you guys are like, burger people or what? කොත්තු මොනවද කන්නේ නැති කට්ටියක්ද? Kamisha, what do you think? Is made out of what?
Actually,
I
sir,
think it's like stainless steel or something.
Banana, next time when you go to the canteen, just check, right? Kamish, what do you think? So this, we need to do that.
I really don't see what is the plate they made. Only I eat the kottu. I
Only eat the
didn't
kottu,
see
right?
how to prepare it.
All right, great. Next time, just check on that. So when you become a food professional, when you become a HACCP member, right? You need to go into that level. Right. So what we do is, like, now we are doing this online program, but what we do is, like, we do this, the program, same program, customized program for customers. So we do like very, very minimum number of theories, like, just few hours theory part, and then we go to the kitchen, or like we go to the industry, whatever, and then we do a practical. Interesting, right? So you have to go into the details, right? So like, mainly the kottu, I'm not sure about the peradini and runa, but mainly it's made out of mild steel, right? And the two plates, like, maybe aluminium. So that's why, like, in every 3, 4 months, they have to replace it because aluminiums are decaying. So what happened to those aluminium? It's in your product. Everybody eats, right? So there's like on a product contact material. So we need to check biological, chemical, and physical character. So if it is ingredient, we need to know about biological, chemical, and physical character. Composition of the formulated ingredient, including additives and processing aids. So is there any composition, right? And source, whether animal, mineral, or vegetable, right? And then place of origin, where is coming from, right? Method of production, right? Say, right, I'll give some example. Method of packaging and delivery. How do they pack and deliver? Storage condition and shelf life. So what is the storage condition and the shelf life? Like, are we going to keep it under the refrigerant? Are we going to keep it under 25? Or is the room temperature? and what would be the shelf life, right? Say, for example, now I talk about pasteurized milk, right? So pasteurized milk, if it is unopened, product come from Tetra Pak, right? I'm referring to Tetra Pak. So you can keep it outside. The milk you drink, the flavored milk, those are coming from Tetra Pak and those are pasteurized. So that's why you keep it outside. But moment you open, then there was instruction say, look, if you open, you need to keep under the control environment, like, the cool environment just for 3 days, or they have given the number of days, right? And then preparation and handling before use of process. So these has to be there. So acceptable criteria related to food safety or specification of purchase material and ingredients appropriate to their intended use. Now, what do you mean by intended use? What do you mean by intended use? Right? I just try to cover intended use part as well. So this intended use is including reasonably expected handling of the end product and any unintended use but reasonably expected mishandling and misuse of the end product shall be considered and shall be maintained as documented information to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis. See, imagine we have not started the hazard analysis yet, right? So now there's another thing. Now we are still at the raw material part, right? We are still at the raw material part. We are still at this. But they said like, raw material, ingredient and product contact material. So they said like, look, now you need to study the intended use. Now I went to the intended use. So what do you mean by intended use? They said reasonably expected handling of the end product. How do you handle the product? And any unintended use, but reasonably expected mishandling and misuse of the end product. Can someone tell me what it is? What do you mean by intended use? What do you mean by intended use? So when you do a HACCP study, you need to study all this stuff. What do you mean by intended use? Can we get some feedback? What do you mean by intended use? Opeka, what do you think? Lakshan Patala, what do you think? Kavindya Sumansekar, what do you think? Janet, what do you think? So what do you mean by intended use? So how do you, like, basically, how you supposed to consume this food? So you might wonder, like, what do you mean by this? Say, for example, if you go to some other country where you have no idea about the food, right? And then how to make it, how to prepare it. So you might end it up with like, they will say, okay, this is a product you need to heat and eat. But what happened if you eat raw? Then you ended up with a serious problem, right? So then intended use is to heat and eat, right? So we need to consider what you mean by intended use. Like say, for example, butter. Are you going to eat like entire butter? Guys, what do you think? So you have a butter or anything, are you going to eat the entire butter by like, doing nothing? What will happen to you?
Not exactly, yeah, because the way and means of consuming that particular product as per the manufacturer's standards and what
Yes.
we bought it for. For example, you say hot beef pie that's frozen.
Mm.
They may tell you to first initially defrost it,
Yes.
and then subsequently microwave it at particular temperature and at a particular time before consuming.
Yes. That's a mandatory requirement, right? So
Yes.
that's we call intended use. So what happened if you, I'm like, when you develop a HACCP plan only catering to the intended use, right? Not mishandling, not misusing, not unintended using. So we have to be very careful. So butter, if you are taking a butter, we are supposed to spread it or maybe like, use for cooking, right? That's it. If you consume butter like, full, what will happen? We don't know. Nobody tried that, right? So I can give this example in a very other product. Say there are product we use consumer product. These are like, you are not touching this product category, but like, the where I work, right? We are using this HACCP concept for consumer product as well. You may be wondering, what do you mean by consumer product? So you all are food guys, right? But the HACCP concept we are using in the non-food industry as well. Say, for example, now product like shampoo or product like toothpaste. What we supposed to do? So if it is a shampoo, if it is a toothpaste, what we supposed to do? What is the intended use of shampoo? What is the intended use of toothpaste? What do you think? Dirka, what do you think?
Cleaning agent.
Yeah, Ruchira, what do you think? Yeah, intended use of toothpaste or shampoo?
Use as a cleaning agent.
It has a cleaning agent, right? So is there a difference between the shampoo, toothpaste and a car wash? So intended use, think of intended use. See, now I'll give more example. Ruchira, you want to say something? You try to say something.
Car wash is used for cars, and shampoo and toothpaste is used for humans. So
Agreed.
it must be non-poisonous.
Agreed. Agreed. Ruchira, you are there, right? So intended use of toothpaste is what? You need to brush and throw away the toothpaste. But reasonable misuse is what? While you are brushing, certain portion of toothpaste can be consumed. Agreed? Are you agreed, guys? So when you brush, yeah, goes.
Yes, because for in case of children, small children, and all, they definitely swallow it, or they
They
taste it
definitely
also.
salute. Yeah, even in our case, like when you're in the bathroom, you try to sing, right? While you're
Yes.
brushing. That's a normal scenario. So some portion goes in. And same with the shampoo. You apply shampoo while you're bathing, you are washing and you are singing. Certain portion of shampoo can be like consumed. So that will be like part of the misuse, like mishandling, reasonable. So the word is very important. We call reasonable, right? Whatever the product, you need to consider this part. Like, so in food industry, we don't need to go into this level. But when you go for like, the shampoo, like I took example, shampoo, toothpaste and car wash. So shampoo, toothpaste, all the ingredient has to be a food grade, right? Why? Because when you manufacture, you need to consider all the reasonable misuse, right? And then car wash, we don't need to make out of food grade. Why? People, I'm like, it's not a human concept, like Ruchira said. It's for wash the car. So I don't like none of us using car wash to wash our hair, right? I don't know. Is anyone? So I don't think we are not using it. So only for the car and bike. That's it. Right. But shampoo, and we might use other way around. That's fine. If you're so rich, you can use shampoo to the car wash. That's fine. But not the other way around. So the manufacturer of the product has to consider this, right? So if you are using like, these are very vulnerable areas. Like, if you are manufacturing some product for, we call vulnerable groups. Like, there are some product you identify, this is for the diabetics, right? So you need to consider all the misuse factors, right? Or this is for the children, reasonable misuse, or this is for the elderly generation. So you need to consider that, right? So this is when before you start your HACCP, you need to consider where appropriate group of consumer use shall be identified for each product. Group of consumers use known to be especially vulnerable for specific food safety hazards shall be identified, especially food allergens, right? We need to consider. So if you are having allergens product, you need to identify that, right? Okay, let me go back. Any question intended use part? You are clear? Right. So now we need to understand, like, if it is a canteen, we need to know about what are the ingredients, like, the kottu roti part, all the other ingredients he's picking from different trays, lunu and all kind of a thing. We need to know about it. So in salt, you have a legal requirement. There's a guideline, right? So the not the kottu maker, but the salt manufacturer should know about it. But as a user, the manufacturer, we need to know about all the requirement, like salt content or maybe sort of potassium, sodium, whatever those contain, iodine has to be there, right? So we need to know about everything. So imagine now Gau's life as a HACCP expert. So he's handling restaurant, and sometimes depend on the chef. They change their recipes. Because you imagine how complex your life is, right?
Yes,
In terms
exactly.
of food safety. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like, so it very complex. So imagine like, sometimes your HACCP plan has to change depending on the chef. Because one chef, like, he agreed on one certain like ingredient list, and then the second chef, he will change the entire thing. His recipes, his dishes are totally different. Right. So managing chains, different chains is a real challenging part. We have done this, like, we have worked with the hotel industry, and then, like, some hotels, like, you have a different kitchen, Thai kitchen, Japanese, Sri Lankan, like, all kind of a thing. So all different. So you need to develop different hazard plan for all different areas. Now, guys, now you understand this, right? Now, you are going to develop like, the case study, right? You're going to develop a raw material or packing material specification covering this, right? So all of you have to do the case study now, and then maybe I'll share my WhatsApp number. If you write it down, you can use Google, you can use WhatsApp chat, whatever you can use, right? But you need to find out, like, identify one particular product, maybe rice. Just check, is there any legal requirement in Sri Lanka for rice, right? Or maybe turmeric, right? So whatever the product you identify, one product, or maybe you can think of SS, right? So these are kind of a literature survey kind of a thing, right? One material, and then identify biological, chemical, physical character, composition, whether is from, like, the vegetable or animal. If you take meats, it's an animal, right? Place of origin, it is from Polonnaru, Anuradhapura, or maybe Brazil, where you get the product. So what is the method of production, cropping, cultivation, those kind of a thing. So how do they pack and deliver, right? So they have a primary packaging, secondary packaging, and frozen product, or is open, and then they, like, you need to study all this, and storage condition and shelf life. Right? What is the storage condition? Or preparation and handling before use processing, right? So you need to do. So if you are not coming from industry, if you are not very much familiar with the canteen, you can go to your kitchen, pick one product, rice, whatever product, and do this study, and then identify the raw material, contact material. So this part, most of the people don't do this. If it is tea, black tea, you need to do this. If it is coconut oil, you need to do this, right? What is your raw material? Team, you got my point? Team, are you clear about this? So this is a workshop, right? So you need to do case studies. Then say,
Yes.
end of the day, you guys are capable of handling your own hazard. That's the outcome of this program, right? Or maybe if you have a hazard, you are capable of reviewing it, right? Let's do this. Any question up to now? Team, any question? Team, you're good?
All good, sir.
Right. Okay. I'll share my WhatsApp number. If you write it down, take a picture and send it to me.
If you can share it in the chat box, it would be very easy for others to also to get your numbers, sir.
Yeah, I'll share now. Number is there. You can use the chat. So now time is, team, we have a lot to cover. So I want you to stick to the timing. So 9:57, 10, so we'll give 10 minutes. 10, 7, we are going to start again. I'm here. If you have any question, talk to me. Yeah. Tim, you have another 4 minutes. Team, are you done? Team, are you done? You want one or
Yes,
2
sir.
minutes?
Let's start, sir. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So can you share one of your one in chat to like WhatsApp?
Sorry.
Can you share your the product characteristics chart on WhatsApp or like maybe on the chat?
Product characteristic chart means I didn't
What
get
you
the
have
point, sir.
done? What you have done right now? This one, this part, the case study. You need to develop this, right? Okay, I'm starting to get feedbacks. Right. So Induni has Tim, you still see the presentation, right? Tim, you can see the presentation, right? Same thing, same page, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So Induni has sent about, I think like she did a study salt, low moisture content, biological, NaCl, iodine, chemical, crystalline solid, NaCl, origin C, so water or mineral origin place, coastal area, method of production, evaporator C, packing in moisture proof bags, storage conditions, store in cool, dry place, long shelf, handling before use, ensure. Indri, like just check. Salt already have a SLS guideline. So if you are a salt, you have a SLS guideline. Just check that SLS guideline as well. Okay, and then let's see. I got feedback from Netme. Let's see Netme's feedback. Netme has mentioned biological free harmless microorganisms such as bacteria. Netme, what is the product you are talking about? Rice, main ingredient rice, biological, chemical, main ingredient. Yeah, Netme, you are good, right? Locally processed rice flour. This is about rice flour, right? I think it's about rice flour. Let's me what is the product you are looking at? Acceptance criteria, food safety,
String
fresh milk.
hoppers.
String of us,
String
right?
hoppers. Yes.
All right, okay. Interesting, right? Fresh milk, soft drink. Okay, so string hoppers, you identify rice, salt, water. So you then identify what are the rice, protein, okay, mixed flour. Okay. Let me like if you can share this in the group, like I think admin team has approved, right? So this is good one, right? You can share this, right?
Okay,
Let me
sir.
yeah, then others can also see it. It's a good one. T Neuralia, microbiological load, moles is absence of pathogen, chemical pesticides residual limit, MRL limit as per EU, FDA or local standard. So what's this? Shiva, so Shiva, like chemical also, like you said pesticides residual limit, MRL limits and all, like, so we need to mention the quantity, right? So if you can mention the quantity, there are T-board guidelines. So just mention the T-board guideline. Leaf, grade, whole leaf, row, agreed. Yep, Shiva, your one is good. You can share in the group as well. Yeah. So whoever sent that. Okay, so we have a nice document who's Kavisha. Okay, this is about chicken. Let's see. You have a PDF document, right? Consists of raw material, ingredient, and product content material, chicken sausage. Biological, chemical, and physical characteristics, sausage must. Okay, so Kavisha, you can share this in the group as well. SLS 1218. So you basically there are SLS products. So there are statutory product, right? So biological, chemical. So here they have like maximum residual levels, right? Okay, where's the phosphate? Where's the pathogen? Meat content. Yeah, this is really good. So Kavisha, you also can share this in the group. So then people can see. Kavisha, you can share this, right? Right.
Sure.
Let me share one characteristic chart for you. Hope you can see the chart, right? Tim, can you see this Excel sheet?
Yes.
Right. So here is basically like talk about like you can see that the numbers, right? The numbers, issue date, revision numbers. So these are all document control, right? So then like when you go like this is about fresh and vegetable. So vegetable, fruit, biological, what are the biological characteristics? I mean like, you guys are good, and especially Kavisha's the sausage one is really nice. It has everything, right? And then the like you can see the level of detail, right? So pH level 3 to 7, right? Sugar content, so and physical, and then composition, no ingredient, right? So different countries. So cultivation, method of production. So this is not the one we did for Sri Lanka. It's a different country, right? So cultivation, packing, all informations are there, right? So if there's any reference, like here you can mention the SLS code. So you don't need to stick to this guideline, like this format, but you can use this format, right? So this is what you call characteristics of chart. So most of the organization, they don't go into this level. But this is, if you are doing a HACCP, you need to do this. Right. Now, team, are you comfortable with this? So you have to do this, right? Whether you like it or not, if you're doing a proper HACCP study, you have to do this. Team, are you okay now? So imagine Gauss situation, right?
Yes.
He has so many ingredients. He had to do like lot.
Thousands.
Right? Yeah. You got my point, right? So poor you, right? When you
Yes.
started to do a HACCP, and then sometimes when you change, so don't change the chef, right? They come up with different product categories, right? So be careful, right? So first thing, you need to do this part. Like, if you're coming from industry, now we have two friends. I think Ruchira and somebody was there. So just check, like Ruchira also, like, you said like you are a QC, right? Ruchira, am I mistakenly, like, you are from QC, right? You have a coconut product as well as vegetable export. Yeah, Ruchir is there. So you had to do a characteristic chart for everything. If you are exporting Tambili, you had to do it for Tambili. Cabbage, you had to do this. So do this study, right? So then you have like, detailed understanding. Now, one of your team member has done for salt. So salt, we have a Sri Lankan standard. Now, like I think like Kavisha has already shared her study, the characteristics chart study in about the sausage. So sausage, there's a SLS guideline. So you study the guideline as well. So this will give you a good understanding about your product, right? Now, not only product, your packing material, your product contact surface, you need to do this study, right? So this is the first part. Now we complete that part. Now, second thing, characteristics of end product. The organization shall ensure that all applicable statutory or regulatory food safety requirements are identified for all end product intended to be produced. The organization shall maintain documented information concerning the characteristics of end product to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis, including information following as appropriate. Same. Product name, similar identification, composition, biological, chemical, physical characteristics related to the food safety, intended shelf life and storage condition, packing, labeling related to the food safety and instruction, handling, preparation, intended use, right, is very important. Method of distribution and delivery. Say, for example, now if you take a tea pack, right, imagine somebody like, I'm like, for tea, making a plain tea is very common for us, right? Because we know how to make a plain tea. You add tea bag or you add two or one teaspoon, and then put it in the hot water, keep it for brewing 2 to 3 minutes, and then you take it out the tea, extract, and then you consume. Imagine there's a person who doesn't know how to do this. So what he do is he will try to eat the tea bag. What will happen? If somebody try to eat the dry tea bag, moisture is about like 5-6%. What will happen to him? What do you think?
You can choke.
He can choke, right? Or somebody try to inhale it. Yeah, because so those are misuse. So to prevent that, if you take a tea bag, right, outside the tea bag, they basically there was a pictorial instructions are given. Most of the tea bags you can see now, when you have a tea break, you go to the kitchen and see most of the tea bags you you have that instruction, right? So that will make sure your consumers are using it in an appropriate way. That will make sure your HACCP study intended use is covered. Yeah. So whenever possible, try to educate. So that's why, if you're using a Tetra Pak, people will say, okay, you can keep it outside, normal temperature, if it's unopened. The moment you open it, it has to be keep it under refrigerant temperature, right? So the temperature has to be controlled. So that instruction has to be there. Some products say this is not for infant, right? Oh, above 12. So those instruction has to be there. Oh, maybe now in Sri Lanka, the packaging, there's a color code about the sugar content, right? So that is the key requirement. So person can see the sugar content. That's the kind of now those are legal requirement in Sri Lanka, right? So depend on the country, there's a certain legal requirement, right? So this is one thing. So now I'm not going to do this case study. Whatever the product you do, right? You need to have a similar requirement, right? So now you guys have done the raw material, similar thing, similar thing. Similar thing you have to do. So I'm getting more feedback, so don't worry. If you want, you can send the feedback. I'll check. Yeah, I think if you can use the chat also, that will be easy. So I'll make sure so the kavishas, the chicken sausages and all, that's really good. So it has all the information. So similar study you need to develop, similar documented information you need to have about your end product. So imagine when you're running a restaurant, how many end products you have? You have a juice and everything. So you need to have this description. So you need to have a raw material description. You need to have end product description. So while you are doing this, you are considering the legal requirement. You are considering the customer requirements as well. So then you are ready for the case study, right? Now, intended use we covered. Let me move on, right? So now you need to do an intended use about your product as well. So say, for example, if it is chicken sausages, you need to do that. So this sausage, you can keep it, you can eat it raw, right? Or maybe you can consume like this, right? Can you do this exercise? So this look very simple. Identify one product, say the kottu roti. Can you write it down, the intended use and mishandling part for the kottu? I give 2 minutes. I only give 2 minutes. Right? Can you write it down, the intended use for kottu roti? Yeah. So 1024. You can use the chat, WhatsApp, your group. What is the intended use of kottu roti? So Duluka has sent Duluka, right? Dulmika has sent about milk. So Dulmika, this is a Kiribat. So these are like, these are end product, right? Milk rice and even so just think biological, chemical, rice, moisture. So these are like end product, but that's okay. But Kiribat, you have rice, right? See now that's why I didn't go into the finished good. The sausage is a finished good. The hoppers is a finished good. Kiribat is a finished good, right? So these are finished good. But imagine Kiribat, you had to do a study for the rice, the milk, and then the container you cook, right? But this is the end product. So that's why I didn't go to the end product description. So guys, is it clear? This is good. Dulmika, Dulmika, you can share this in the group as well. This is really good. Uh, Team, can you see the difference? So the Kiribat is the end product, right? But raw material goes to Kiribat. There's the rice, there's the water, there's the milk, the salt. So for product, you have to do a raw material, like the characteristic chart. Hope you got my point. Is it? Okay. So the Kottu again. Jasmine, again, kottu is a end product, but kottu you have a flour, you have a salt, you have like chili, all. So you had to do a characteristic chart for each and everything. Guys, are you clear on this? So we need to do an end product characteristic chart, like most of you have done for end product, but parallelly you need to do a chart for the raw materials as well. Team, you're good? Team, are you okay? You understand the difference, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because it's easy to do this like for the finished product, but raw material is challenging. See, imagine Kiribat is a one product, right? But Kiribat you have rice, you have water. Water is ingredient, and then you have a milk, coconut milk, and then you have what salt, right? And then you cook using a kind of a like equipment, right? Cooking equipment, contact surface that is there, and then you use something for stir it. So what is that material made out of? Right? So you have to do that. Okay. Rushira has mentioned one thing, like, when kottu roti prepared at night, eat for dinner. So, Rushira, like, I agree with you. So, eat, like, why you need to consume, like, immediately, right? It's not for keeping and doing it. So, misuse can be keep it for other day, reheat and eat. It's not. Agreed. Rushira, you share this with the group. Authority is intended for immediate consumption after preparing. It's ready to eat, cooked for product made by mixing chopsy roti with vegetables, eggs, and meat such as chicken, beef, or seafood. So, cooking on a high temperature grill, wok or tawa. Right, agreed. And then goes like the misuse, like Ruchira said, you keep it and reheat. You can't do that, right? So that is like people can do that, right? People can do that. So I got Chamatka, HACCP, biological chemical. Chamatka, what is the product you're referring here? Chamatka has done a lot of things. So what is the product, Chamatka?
Noodles.
That's noodles, right? Okay. Noodles of product. Oh, okay. Again, Chamatka is a end product, right? Finished product, right? So in noodles, like you have a lot of things going on, right? So that's the end product. Okay, kottu roti, yeah. And then Ruchira, your one is also good. So if you can combine both Gauss one and the Ruchira's one, it's a perfect, right? So Gauss has mentioned the intended use, and then Ruchira has basically mentioned about the misuse part. So this is perfect, right? So now you can see all this, right? Right. Now let's move on. Lot to do. Right. So now we know the raw material part. So raw material, there will be lot depend on your complexity. And then we know about the finished good, and then we know about the intended use, and then we know a little bit about misuse and all. Now, most important part, flow diagrams and description of process. So we'll spend some time on this, right? So we need to spend some time on this. Team, shall we take a small break? Maybe 15 minutes break? Is that good? Shall we take a small break? Tea break? 10:45? Team, it's okay? Great.
Perfect.
So 10:30 now time. So 10:30, 10:45. Don't go anywhere, like don't leave. Just stay, have a plain tea, just walk around. You need that also. Now we are going to come, we are going to start with the process map. Gauss, can you just put your one into the group, the misuse part? That is perfect. Because you are there, right? So the things you have mentioned here, it's perfect. Right. I think all are back, right? So you had a tea and all. So I gave a tea break with the purpose, but before that I got a all are back, right? Team, are you back? Am I audible? Team, are you good?
Yes.
Team, can you all hear me? All right. Okay. Thanks. So I got, I think Netme has sent about the string hoppers, right? So I thought like I should discuss this. So she basically mentioned product description, product name identification, string hoppers, India pump, ready to eat traditional food product. Composition, rice flour, water, salt, optional coconut milk or grated coconut. So when you do the characteristic chart for the raw material, you have to have a characteristic chart. So this is about string hoppers. That is the end product characteristic chart. And then you need to have a flour, rice flour, water. You need to have a water characteristic chart, right? Salt, coconut water, whatever. So there will be 4, 5 characteristic charts focusing on the string hoppers, right? And then you talk about biological, physical characteristics. So you said like free from harmful microorganism. So when like, string hoppers, I don't think it comes under legal product, right? So, but if this comes under legal, the food product, the string hopper manufacturer has to have a GMP requirement, right? Whoever commercially product manufacturing. So that is one thing. And then second thing, what do you mean by microorganism? So you need to specify TVZ, E. coli, coliform, what would be the level? Or maybe pathogens, salmonella. It has to be 0, right? So that has to be mentioned, right? Then chemical consumption, and then you basically mention soft texture, white color, no foreign particles like that. And then this is the most important part I want to come, right? You basically mention shelf life of the storage. 6 to 8 hours at room temperature. Now, this is challenging. So you need to make sure like room temperature, like, if you keep it for 6 to 8 hours, you can see the normal surrounding environment, you have molds yeast, right? So these molds yeast started to grow on starch and then you have water material. So you need to do a shelf life study before you come to a conclusion, say, okay, 6 to 8 hours. Now we have a friend from restaurant chain. So what is the temperature you are keeping the product, like hot product? What is the temperature? So normally, like, you keep hot oven, hot cupboard, or maybe hot shelf, like, and you can see there's a burners. So what is the temperature you try to maintain? Even string hoppers, if it is a commercial product, it should maintain that, not the room temperature, not the 30, 32. What is the temperature we are keeping? What is the temperature we are keeping? Right? What is the temperature we are keeping?
Ideally, it's around 57 to about 61, 60.
Yeah, normally below 65. So
Yeah.
normally we try to maintain 65. 63, say 63 to say 65.
Yes.
That's the temperature we are trying to maintain. You can see when you go to the restaurant, sometimes chef is having a IR thermometer, he's checking, right? So this, so like, I'm like this, I mean, I see we are here to learn, right? So I'm like, so net me, right? So when you give a data like that, we need to understand the industry norms as well as otherwise organization can do your own research and then give a conclusion, right? So when you give like, see, this is a documented information, right? Somebody can use this and challenge you, right? So this part, right? And 1 to 2 day, the refrigerator stored in a clean covered container. So 1 to 2 days. So she's like string hoppers can be kept 1 to 2 days. So you need to have evidence, like, you keep 1 to 2 days, and then you need to have an organoleptic data plus like, the chemical and microbiological data. So then only you can release the product and give a kind of a conclusion, right? So be careful with this. This is because this is not like, you later on you can't say I didn't say anything like that. Why is it documented? Right? So I hope you got my point. So when you do this HACCP study, up to now, everything is documented. Even after this word, it's all documented. Right now, team, is it clear? Are you clear up to now? Right? Team, you can use this sign, so I will understand. So go to the React and like if you okay, you can put this kind of sign. You good? Excellent. Right. Okay. So the raise hand means like, you have a question. So Gauss and Samadhi, you can go to the React. Yeah. Yes, me also. Right. Okay. So I think you don't have a question, but you said like you cleared, right? Okay. So you go to the React and like, you can use it. Okay. Let me go to the most important part. So the flow diagram, right? Now I believe everybody had a T, right? Plain T or something. You guys had during the break. So some of you make plenty of tea, right? Or others, there are somebody. Okay. So guys that plenty and everything, right? Okay, great. Now you know how to make a plenty. So that will be interesting. Now, when you come to a flow diagram, the food safety team shall establish, maintain, and update flow diagrams as documented information for the product or product categories and the process covered by food safety management system. The flow diagram provide a graphic representative of the process. Flow diagram shall be used when conducting the hazard analysis as a basic for evaluating the possible occurrence, increase, decrease, or introduction of food safety hazard. So this is very important. So a flow diagram will be your basic document to identify, to do the hazard analysis. Right? If you miss single point there, you are missing all the hazard and everything. Right? So the flow diagram will be your foundation, right? Which will be help you to develop your hazard plan, right? So based on that, you identify your hazard. And if you miss out anything, right? If you miss out anything, that will be like, basically, will be basically, it will be a kind of a, you are not going to capture that information. Simple as that. So that is why flow diagram is very important. Okay, we have a question. What do you say? You have a question saying, we use steam to make string hoopers. So steam temperature on 100, then we can keep temperature on 60 for that. No. Ruchira, it's not like that. So your cooking temperature has to be 600, right? Your cooking temperature is 100. But then when you keep it, like you cook, and then when you keep it like for the serving, then only you maintain the 60-65. Ruchira, am I clear? So there are two purposes. Your cooking has to be 100 steam. That will basically kill the bacteria and everything. So then after that, you are not just consuming it. You are just keeping and serving, right? Then only you started to consume it. You got my point, right? Ruchira, am I clear? So this is 60 to 65 is storing, like, I'm like, you're supposed to keep that point, right? Maybe buffet. Right, when you do a buffet, like this is 60 to 65 is what buffet temperature, not the cooking. Cooking you maintain at 100, right? Right. So now this part. So now when you say process mapping, this is very important part. You need to identify each and every single step. Right. You need to identify each and every single step. So if you're missing one of the step mean like, you basically miss entire thing. Right now, when you do a flow diagram, you can see that there's a lot of detail, right? So the previous slide is only one slide. Flow diagram shall be clear, accurate, and sufficiently detailed to extend need to conduct the hazard analysis. Flow diagram shall be appropriate, include the following: the sequence and interaction of the steps in the operation, any outsourced process, right? Where raw materials, ingredient, processing aid, packing materials, utensils, and intermediate products can enter the flow, right? Where rework and recycling take place, where end product, intermediate products, byproduct, and waste are released or removed, right? So food safety, so this is most important. Food safety team shall confirm on-site accuracy of the flow diagram, upgrade the flow diagram where appropriate and retain as documented information. So this is very important. Now we are going to do the case study. Now, I want you to do a case study on this covering a tea making process. Tea mean don't go to the tea factory. Your starting point, your pantry kitchen, right? Everybody knows how to make a plain tea with the sugar. You know, like how to make a plain tea with the sugar? Plain tea kaharte ekak, sini dapu kaharte ekak hadaganda. Right? So you're going to make a process flow diagram covering all the requirement. Am I clear? So you're going to develop a process flow diagram. Don't go to the tea factory or tea plantation. You go to the kitchen. You have either tea bag or tea leaves, right? You have a tea bags, you have tea leaves. That would be your starting point. And end product has to be a cup of tea with the sugar. You got it? Cup of plain tea with the sugar. Can you make one plain tea? The process map. There should be a sequence, like, you go boil and all kind of thing. I don't want to give detail, but can you make, like, I know everybody can make a plain tea and you have done that. So can you make a process map? I don't want you to go to the detail of the industry, but I want you to make a plain tea, simple plain tea. Can you do that? Team, are you capable of making a plain tea process map for the plain tea with sugar? Team, I didn't get any feedback. Can you make a plain tea process map? Right? Kav said yes. What about Kavisha and others? Are you making? So maybe draw, take a picture and send it to me. Let's see. Or maybe you can straight away you can publish in the WhatsApp group. Yeah. So shall we take 5 minutes now? 10:57. 10:57. Like 11:03. Yeah. Can you make this? All right. So I'm expecting a one process map from everybody, right? So let's see. Let's see how you make it, how you make a tea, right? So I need to cover all the requirement. He makes sure all the minor details, right? Minor details are there. Somebody has like download from the internet, right? Shiva, like, okay. Shiva, I don't mind, like, you're downloading. Okay. But Shiva, even this process you have download, just check you covered everything. So now, like, here, the standard said food safety team shall confirm on-site accuracy of the flow diagram, update the flow diagram where appropriate, retain as document information. So Shiva, like, basically download something, but that's fine. I'm pretty okay with that. You can use AI, whatever the things, but it should be customized your process. Just see each and every detail you have covered. Shiva, you got my point, right? Yeah, Richard. Plain tea का खाते process map पे खाता नहीं किया. Yes, agreed. Yeah, let me. The task is you have to make a plain tea, the process map, but it has to be covered everything. Yeah. The water, boiled water, add tea leaves, steam for 2 minutes, add sugar, mix well. Okay. Ruchira, just check. I'm like, just run through the details whether your process map is okay or not. Okay, Gauss, you are there, but just check you covered everything. So imaginary run through the tea making process. Okay. Okay, you guys are there. So argue another 3 minutes, right? Argue another 3 minutes. I want this to be perfect. So 7, let's start a review. So whoever is done, just review it again. Okay, let's see your process map. Okay, I'll start with who send right. Okay, I'll start with Tim. You can hear me, right? Tim, you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Right. Okay.
Yes,
So now
sir.
I got a feedback from Shiva. Shiva, if you want, you can share this. I think Shiva has some download somewhere, and then they select start. Input from NT point, raw material, water, tea leaves, tea bag, sugar, utilities, heat, electric, gas, kettle, cup, spoon. Boil water into 100. Boil water 100. Add tea bag, tea leaves. Pour boiling water into cup. Control action separate. Steeping process 2 to 3 minutes. Remove tea bag, strain leaves. That's fantastic. Add sugar, right? Stir, mixing process, cup of plain tea with sugar. Now, this process is quite okay. But what about Shiva? What about tasting part? When you add sugar, don't you taste? Shiva, what do you think? Shiva, what do you think? Shiva, what do you think? Shiva is there? And then now, some process Ruchira. So water, boil water, add tea leaves, keep it for 3 to 5 minutes, add sugar. So in this process, Ruchira, you are adding sugar while your tea leaves are there. And then you are mixing with the tea leaves and then you serve. So you are serving a tea with the tea leaves. Can you do that? Ruchira, what do you think? So I'm giving you a very simple case study, right? Making a plain tea. So imagine if you go to the industry, if you do this kind of a hypothetical process map, and your HACCP study will be a seriously a crop, right? It's a waste, right? You need to spend time, quality time on process map, and you need to go into detail. Don't just type and don't get this from ChatGPT or anything. You can use ChatGPT or whatever the AI tools, but not for process mapping. That's why standard said go and verify, right? Ruchira, I hope you agree with me, right? So now you are serving a tea with the tea leaves. Yeah. Tim, you got my point, right? Ruchira, are you with me? Ruchira, you are serving a tea with this, right? So let's take one more.
Yes,
So we got
understood.
yeah, Ruchira.
Yeah, I understood my mistakes.
Yeah, it's not mistake, Ruchira, because this is a learning, right? So it's not a mistake. Don't worry. So team, like don't shy, right? So this is a learning curve. You need to learn, then when you learn here in a proper way, easily like you can implement a proper HACCP in the industry. Right. So that's the whole purpose of having this program. Right. So that's why I'm doing the case study. See, if I don't do this case study, you think like you know how to do a process map. Right. So, and then even when you go to the industry, you say, okay, this is a string of a making. This is a jam making process. So you give input to the chat GPT and you download it. But your exactly actual process is different in the industry. So you need to go and like check in the industry as well, right? So let's take one more example. Malinder. So pure water into the kettle, boil water, pour into the cup, add tea bag, steep, add sugar, stir well, serve. So Malinda, now you're stirring with the tea bag. You are serving a cup with the tea bag with the guests. That's wrong, right? So where's your tea like tasting step? Like when you add sugar, you taste, right? So when you taste, like imagine if somebody put the spoon into their mouth, he will contaminate a lot of microbes, right? Or maybe he put it into the hand, like the spoon touched the hand, like your hand is dirty. What happened? Then there will be some physical or chemical matters goes into that. But what happened if you miss out that point, right? If you miss out that point, like you are not going to capture that particular hazard. That is most important, right? We'll take gather tea leaves, tea bags, water cup, optional milk or sugar, boil water into the pan or kettle, add tea leaves or tea bags, 2 to 3 minutes, add milk and sugar if desired and stir, strain tea to remove tea bag. Or again, net me. So again, like you are giving milk, sugar, everything with the tea, right? So where's the tasting step, right? So do I need to go back? Uh, Gauss, can you hear me now? You said like something wrong with your audio part. Let's see. Sevmini has mentioned wash hands, boil water, place the tea bag in cup, then remove, pour the boiling water into the cup, steep and 1 minute, then remove the tea bag from cup. Perfect. Add 2 teaspoons sugar to the cup, stir with steeper until mixed rose sugar, cup of tea. Net Sevmini, right? Sevmini, you're almost there. What about the tasting? If you don't do tasting, that's fine. That's fine. If you don't do tasting, that's fine. But if you do tasting, then there's a concern. Choose a tea bag, black tea, herbal, add to the cup, pour water into the tea, steep, black 3 minutes, herbal. Oh, wow, excellent. Herbal 5 to 7 minutes, green 2 to 3 minutes, white 1 to 3 minutes. Remove the tea leaves from bag. Perfect. Add extra option milk, sugar, lemon, honey. Stir and enjoy. Yeah, stir. Testing. Chamatka, just check the testing part. Just check the testing part. If you don't do it, if you do a testing, that's fine. If you don't, I'm good with that. So this is testing. Sanitize. Okay, guys. Now you almost you understand my point, right? So when you develop a process flow diagram, each and every detail has to be there, right? All the details has to be there. You can't miss out anything. So that's why standard said food safety team shall confirm on-site the accuracy of the flow diagram, update the flow diagram where appropriate. So normally, now you have two questions. One, who's this food safety team? Second, what do you mean by on-site accuracy? So the food safety team is like, you depend on the product category, right? Depend on the type of product you manufacture. Say if it's a black tea or whatever the product, you need to have like the microbiologist. Somebody knows about the micro. Say you are having a team members from fruit industry, vegetable industry, coconut industry, and then restaurant, right? So we need to have somebody who knows about the microbiological part, and then we need to know about person with the chemical background. So the background means some experience in the HACCP as well as a qualification, at least degree level qualification, right? So somebody from microbiology, somebody from, we call in ISO terms, we call competencies, somebody from chemical, and then maybe somebody from the engineering background, because like he knows the in and out of the engineering part, right? So chemical, micro engineering, and then you need to have a team leader, right, who run this, and then maybe you need to have a team secretary. So now you might have a question, like say for example, now Gauss might be asking like, I don't have a microbiologist or chemist in my industry, only chef, right? We have like food specialists, they have a chef and all these qualification, F&B and those kind of people. So what are you going to do? You can sign an agreement with the third party people, with the computer, like, the microbiologist. So whenever you require them, otherwise, like, the industry, like, need to pay for a microbiologist, like restaurant, they are not willing to pay for a microbiologist or chemist. If it is a manufacturing site, yes. if you have a microbiology lab and if you have a chemical lab, you hire a chemist and a microbiologist. So there will be few people are there. But say poultry. So you have a microbiologist with all the qualification. But restaurant, you don't need to have that. But what you can do is like, you can sign a contract with the qualified person and say, "Oh, look, when I'm doing the HACCP study, you help me on the microbiological part." You sign an agreement with the chemist. You say, "Okay, look, when I need the HACCP study." So it's on only on the project base, right? When you go for a revision, again, you identify the relevant competent person. So you can do that. So this is the basically we call food safety team. And then what do you mean by on-site accuracy? Now, we took a very simple example, making a plain tea. So if what you need to do is like once you develop the process flow diagram, right? And then you need to go and check in the kitchen how your mother or yourself or your friend making a plain tea. So they will put the spoon, take the tea, like, tea leaves or tea bags, whatever. And then like, they add 1 or 2 sugar, and then they started to taste it. So that step has to be there, because otherwise, if you don't capture that step, right? If you don't capture that step, right, you are missing the microbiological contamination. Team, are you clear with me? This is the most important part. And when we go for audit, we sometimes we do this physical verification, and then we see lot of deviation or lot of changes. So we have an engineering team member, right? I believe Pavitra. So they do some modification. They change some of the machineries, or maybe you newly install new machines, but it was not captured in your hazard plan. Hazard plan is very old. So standard what they said was like, whenever you do this kind of a modification or changes, of course you need to do this modification. Revise your HAC process flow diagram. You got my point, right? Am I clear? Am I crystal clear? Team, am I crystal clear? Yes. Sadiq, you are clear. Right, guys. I give 2 minutes. I can't give more than that. Revise your process plan. Revise your process plan, and then update as per the requirement. 2 minutes. So now 22, 11, 24. You don't need to send it to me, but just want to check whether you are covered this part. This is most important, because most of the time people will forget about it. See, sometimes you can go say now, I don't who's this? Dulmika. Dulmika has mentioned add the measured amount of tea dust or tea bag into the hot water. So tea bag you are putting manually. You touch the string or the label part, or whether you are touching the tea bag. That is also important, right? That is also important, right? Because there can be a contaminant. So a team, I hope you got this information, right? This is, you need to go into this detail when you do a HACCP study, right? You are touching the tea bag, maybe from the tea bag, or maybe you are touching from the string, or maybe you are touching from the label. So depend on that. So your work instruction has to cater that, right? Allow the tea steep 2 3 5 minutes, achieve the desired trend. Train the tree using fine mesh strainer. If loose tea dust was used, pour the brew tea into a clean serve cup. Add sugar, fresh pressurized milk will require the customer. Serve the tea, plain tea to the customer immediately. Dispose of spent tea, dust, and packing. Okay, yeah. So, team, you're good with me, right? Okay. So now let's move on. So, see, depend on the industry. So, like now if you're talking about the restaurant, you have a like separate process map for the butchery items, right? Like uh, so is there any team, how now? Am I audible? Is it good now? Good. Uh, is it good now? Still not clear. No, still not now. Is it good? Because I changed to a different source. Earlier I was at SLT. Is it clear now? Saudik is the girl said okay. What about others?
Yes, sir.
Hasika, right. Okay, now it's better, right? Should be fine with longer. Okay. So if you have any disturbance, tell me, right? Okay, now we covered this part, like process mapping is very important because now you understand this part, right? So if you miss out anything, so you're going to miss the entire hazard analysis part, right? So industry, that's why they said like, you need to do this study. And then of course, you need to physically verify, right? So like, now we were talking about restaurant. So restaurant, like, you have a meat line. So meat or fish, right? So you need to, you product basically in the freezer. So -degrees. You take it out and then you keep it for like, the cool it down, like we call it thawing, right? So temperature has to go down, then otherwise you can't cut it and make it cooking. So now the point is where you do the thawing, like, pointless just saying thawing, right? So are you keeping in a separate, in like, in good restaurant, you have a thawing chillers, right? Are you going to keep it in under thawing chiller or are you going to keep it in a kind of a sink, open sink, right? So this will be a critical part, right? So your hazard analysis has to be based on your current structure. You can't just do a hazard analysis, say thawing. You need to say, okay, thawing, where are you going to keep? So if you have a thawing chiller, that's fine. Is everything is controlled. But if you are keeping in a in a kind of a what do you call what do you call sink, there will be an issue, right? So we need to consider all. And then how do you carry it? What are the things you are going to cut it? So that is one line. And second thing is, in a restaurant, like you have a separate vegetables. So now the question. So when you have a process map like vegetable, there are certain vegetables goes for a cooking. Agreed. So there are certain vegetables not goes for cooking. Now what are you going to do? Now even in your canteen, you want to make a salad, right? So you make a salad. So the salad, there's no killing step. You are not putting into a heat. But how do you assure you're killing all the germs? Now my question. So when you have a process map, so the salad, making a salad, right? So with the vegetable salad is there. So how do you make sure there's no microbes? Now my question. How do you make there's no microbes for the salad? So I believe like all are coming from food background, so except few. But how do you make there's no microbes in the salad? So salad we eat raw. Or maybe a fruit salad, using the fruits. You eat fruit salad, right? The canteen, you have a fruit salad, right? The cup and all. So how do you make sure like there's no microbes in the fruit salad? You can't cook it. You can't heat it. What do you do? Team, what do you do? Guys, what do you do? So with the salad, what are you going to do now with the salad? So how do you kill all this stuff? All the microbes?
Add lemon and salt.
Add lemon and salt. Okay. So
Cooling process.
sorry?
Cooling process.
Cooling process. So lemon and salt, it can be something, right? If you add lemon and salt. But what about cooling process?
Store in fridge.
But do you think like while you're storing fridge, microbes will be killed or like what? When you store in the fridge, what happened, Yasmini? Yasmini, what happened? If you store in a fridge, yeah, you are storing, but you cut it and serve. So do you think like if there's a microbes, like 10 microbes in the fruit or vegetable, do you think like when you store that product in the fridge, they will kill or what? What do you think?
They don't have their suitable temperature. Is friendly.
So they don't have a suitable temperature for the spreading, right? But amount will be remaining, is it?
Okay.
Yeah, amount will be remaining. So I'm so I'm not going to waste you time, right? But a lot of restaurant, like hotel chains and all that, what they do is like when you take a product, they dipped in a kind of a chemical solution where it kills microbes, right? Say for example, simple is the chlorine solution. Chlorine can it can change the color as well, but these are not chlorine solution. These are commercially available product. Chefs and all restaurant people, they know. So before they take the product, salad and all, right? There was a chemical solution. They dip the product in the chemical. It's a food grade chemical, right? So they dip the product and then only they take it out. and then wash and all. So that will basically assure there's no microbes. Maybe Gauss can help me on this. So there was a solution like they call like different tablet. So they mention like 10 liters of water at 1 or 2 tablets, and then you can put this amount of vegetable, this amount of fruits, and then keep it for this time, and then they will assure, they validate that if you keep this amount of time, they kill all the virus, bacteria, whatever available there. Then you take it out with the fresh, clean hand, right? Then otherwise you are again contaminated. Yeah, Suma. I don't want to mention the brand name, but we call Suma tablets, right? So there are different brand names are there. Suma is a very common one. So it sanitize. We call sanitizing agent, right? So depend on that. So imagine you need to make sure the volume as well as the timing has to be perfect. So this has to be there in the process map, right? So I took one example. So now we complete that part, right? And then this is another thing. Description of process and process environment. Imagine we have not even gone to the HACCP yet, right? So we study the product, we study the raw material, we study the process map, and then they said like, okay, the description of the process and process environment. Food safety team shall describe to the extent need to conduct the hazard analysis, the layout of the premises, including food and non-food handling areas. Now, what is this? Layout of the premises, including food and non-food handling areas, processing equipment and contact materials, processing aids, and flow of material. So where your raw materials comes in, where your finished food goes, where your garbage goes, all these things, right? Existing PRPs, process parameters. Let's understand what you mean by PRP. Process parameters, measures, if any, and strictness with which they are applied or produced that can influence food safety. External requirements, non-statutory and regulatory authority or customers that can impact of the choice and the strictness of the control measures. The variance resulting from expected seasonal change or shift pattern shall be included as appropriate. The description shall be updated as appropriate and maintained as documented information. So imagine HACCP asked to document everything, right? So before we go for hazard study, I'll try to cover this part as well. The food safety team shall describe to the extent need to conduct the hazard. The layout of the premise, including food and non-food handling areas. Sorry, somebody said you can't see the presentation. Is it? Can you all see now? Team, can you all see the presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. So up to now, you are looking at my face, right? So bad. Right. Okay. So this is this part. Now, food safety team mean like entire, not only microbiologists, chemists, microbiologists, engineer, food safety leader, whoever the composition, right, has to agreed on that. So layout of the premise, including food and non-food handling area. What do you mean by layout of the premise? So we basically call GMP and PRP. So here you said existing PRP. In Codex Alimentarius, we call GMP, good manufacturing practices. Under ISO 22000, BRC, whatever the standard, we call pre-RP, prerequisite program. What do you mean by prerequisite? Now, if I ask, what is the prerequisite to get a license in Sri Lanka, right? So without that, you can't move forward. So in Sri Lanka, license is to have a license, the driving or riding license, you have to be above 18 years, right? Is it 18 years? That's the prerequisite, right? It doesn't mean like everybody with 18 years plus are capable of driving the vehicle, right? Even if you have a driving license, if you are from Colombo, if somebody has to go into the upcountry and started to drive, you have a problem because of the steepness and the rivers and all. But if somebody from upcountry, if they come and to the Colombo with the congested street in Peta, and if you ask to drive, that's a different story. But you need to maintain the minimum requirement. That minimum requirement, without minimum requirement, you can't go. So this is another violation we do. We try to do a HACCP without doing a basic GMP requirement. We call PRP requirement. So say layout of the premise including food and non-food handling area. Say for example, now if I take an example of your canteen has three areas. Say where the students or the lecturers, they come and pay and buy and consume food. That we call non-food handling area, because those foods I purchase, I consume, leftover I throw away. So those are not like high risk area because it's only for my consumption. So that is, maybe you can have open area. And then there was another area, you have a control area where you store the food, cook food. So that's where you need to maintain certain temperature control environment and all. There shouldn't be flies and all kind of a thing. People has to have a proper GMP requirements. Those kind of requirements has to be there. So that is a kind of high risk area. And then on top of that, you have another area where you make the cook product. Your kottu joint, one of our friend, she's like, she eat cook kottu, but she hasn't seen the how do they make the kottu. So that may be behind the curtain, right? But that has to be a hygiene area. So all the ultra hygiene area, because that's where they prepare the food. So those two areas has to be we call high hygiene areas. And then the rest, the receiving of raw material, again, non-food, non-hygiene area, right? So in canteen, if we take an example, you have non-hygiene area where you get all the raw materials. And then you have a preparation area, that's a hygiene area. And then you have a serving area, all food storage, that has to be hygiene. And then you eating area. So that can be semi hygiene area, right? You have to maintain certain requirements. So that is the simple structure. So depend on your industry, you need to maintain, like say for example, now consider the coconut. We have a friend from coconut. So in coconut, you have a hatcheting. Right. So hatcheting people, like if you have seen the factory, coconut factory, hatcheting is done by open environment, people with the shorts, right? So they remove the shell part of the coconut, and then they call it brown ball. Then they send it to a semi-hygiene area. They remove the brown part and then maybe make it a white ball. They send it to a control environment. From that point, it is control environment. So your crepe, you grade it or whatever you do, that is under control environment. So people who comes from the previous environment to this environment has to have all the controls. Previous environment, hatcheting and all. So they are with the shorts and no control at all, right? It's done in the open area. But beyond that area, when you get a white ball, it will be basically sometimes it doesn't even hand carry. It will basically send through a shooter, right? So the people from inside and outside, they are not connected to during the operational time, right? Sometimes some industry, they identify two canteens for the food handlers and non-food handlers, especially the meat industry. So they have two canteens, one for food handlers, people who handle the inside food, and then one who handle the garden and other one. So they are not kind of a discriminating. You might say, okay, they are discriminating. No, it's not actually discriminating, but they try to maintain the food hygiene, food safety requirement, right? So this is very important part. Even in your kitchen, it's the same, right? You have a kitchen, you prepare food. So that is a control area. Only people who involved with that operation goes there, because even if somebody making a food, and then if you try to taste while they are cooking, your mother will chase you away, right? So that's a part of food safety. That's a control area. And then you have a serving, and then you have a disposal. Or raw material will be kept in a separate open area, right? And then your processing equipment, contact material, processing aid, and flow materials has to be controlled. What do you mean by processing aid? Flow materials has to be there. What do you mean by processing aid? What do you mean by processing aid? What do you mean by processing aid? See, I'm giving these minor details. When you do a HACCP study, you need to go into all these details. What do you mean by processing aid? Say, for example, you are in the market, you are taking a pineapple. So sometimes you have a pineapple pieces, right? You buy from the market. So they put sugar, salt, and everything and give it to you. So your process map will be like, you pay money. Somebody will put there's a cut pineapples are there. You put your, the spoon, take pineapple into a bag and add sugar, add the salt and mix it, give it to you. Is that the steps? No, actually those are not steps. So when person take the bag, he take the bag, he blow the bag. He blow, right? Even if you are taking a peanut. So first thing what they do is they basically blow it, right? Then only they add it. So this blowing part will become a processing aid. Sometimes there will be industry like, when you pack the product, you give like, inert gas like nitrogen and all this inert gas. So that will be a kind of processing aid. Right. So those are the kind of processing aid you are looking at. So then if there's a contaminated in the inert gas, there will be issue. Like say, for example, if you are making the energy drink or maybe a salmon, right? So they basically put inert gas on top of it. There are some cake product, like, the biscuit, the vapors and all. So they pump air into the biscuit. So that's why the vapors and the biscuits are so soft. So that's a processing aid. If there's a contamination, you consume that, right? So these are kind of a critical thing, right? So this is what you call processing aids. Like, you need to make sure processing aid, flow of material. What do you mean by flow of material? Flow of material means like, where you get the raw material. Say in the kitchen, you have like, egg, meat and all, like, so there's a separate flow. And then you finished product, you goes into the like serving areas. And what about the waste material, the kitchen? So there should be a separate way to send the waste material, because if you keep waste, what will happen? That will be another contamination source. So that's why you're getting the smell. One more question, like why the when your product get old or spoil, they get bad smell. Why the products spoil ones are getting a bad smell? Why the products like, spoil materials and everything get bad smell? See, they like, in our case, we inhale everything and we exhale the carbon dioxide, right? So most of the microbes, they exhale sulfur-based chemicals. So that's why you get the bad smell. Yeah, you know about it, right? So that's another area. So you need to worry about the existing PRPs, and then and then you need to adhere to that, right? And then legal requirement you need to cover. So all requirements. So this is a separate GMP requirement. When you go for GMP, I believe like you know about the GMP, good manufacturing practice or PRP. There are five categories we work on. One, we work on the facility, right? Your facility, what are the basic GMPs you need, PRP you need? What are equipment, what are the basic GMPs you require? And then you talk about facility, equipment, and then the storage, raw material, packing material, finished goods, semi-finished goods, especially in restaurant, we call mise en place, right? Mise en place, where you keep the mise en place. So those are very, 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 very we need to have a lot of details about it. So the storage part. And then fourth one is the people, because people can be a source of contamination. So under GMP, under PRP, we look at equipment, people, warehouse, and equipment part, right? So, the facility. And then last one, all four category has to have a cleaning and sanitation procedure. So we are looking at that. So those are the key requirements. Let me show you some example, right? So this is before we go for that. So once you agreed only on this GMP part, then you can move on, right? Let me Team, can you see this Word document? Can you see this Word document?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Now, in this Word document, you can see basically like it's a kind of a cleaning schedule, but it's cover all the GMP requirement. So it said like, operational flow, windows and partition glass door, right? Cold rooms, right? So, and then surrounding areas and the office room. So look at the cold room area, right? So there's like, who's responsible once a week, sweeping and mopping floor minimum. So all like, this is a kind of a plan. So then you can see there's a records also there, right? So when you develop, so this is not about the HACCP, but before you complete go for the HACCP, you have to make sure all these informations are there. Now uh, let me, let me show you the cleaning part. You can see this, right? The new one, the cleaning checklist. So I took example from the cold room, and then like, it has a lot of details. So these are not generic. Hope you can see this, right? You can see this, right? Yeah, thank you. So you can see this like, it's customized. I mean, like, see, for us, very easy to download it, but see, date, flow, door seals and beading, water leakage, sheaves and racks, wall screening. So evaporator unit. So if you have two evaporator units, you have to mention that. Lighting fixtures, cleaning and air. So all these things has to be covered, right? You can see, and then you have like, you have given all the instruction. You can look at the instruction. Flow cleaning, door seals and beading, water leakage. So instructions were there in the checklist. Weekly tasks, right? And then monthly cleaning tasks. So all the informations are basically they covered, right? So if you covered all this information, right? If you once you covered all the information, then then only you can go for a hazard plan, right? So before that, you can't go for a hazard plan, right? So before you do hazard, there are a lot of work, right? There will be a lot of work. Now, like, up to now, we spend about almost half a day just to understand before we go for a HACCP, right? So you know about your product, right? You know about your, like, raw material, you know about your equipment, you know the legal requirements, you know what are the infrastructure requirements, and then you develop all the checklists. So normally what we do is like, when you take up the consultancy project on food safety, initial thing what we do is we do a gap study based on these requirement, and then give it to a customer and say, okay, look, you need to complete all the GMP PRP requirement, good manufacturing or prerequisite requirement before you go for HACCP. Then we introduce all the checklist of the HACCP, and then we validate the particular environment is quite okay for the HACCP. Then only you need to, like, otherwise, if you started to do a HACCP without doing all of this, you are in a big trouble because you are ended up with so much of control point, which will be a serious hazard, right? So you need to go by this way. It's like, these are the 7 hazard principles, right? So basically, these are the key requirements. Oh, and then you do a proper process mapping, which covered all the minor details, which is customized to that particular industry. Say, for example, you have two different bakeries. So you can't, like, just copy and paste one bakery requirement into another bakery because the methodologies will be different. Say, for example, one particular bakery, everything will be on manual. And the second bakery, like, all machineries. Or baking will be using by normal firewood boiler, or other bakery will be electric. So the hazard will be totally different, right? So you need to consider all these parameters, right? So this is very interesting part, right? So you now, after you complete everything, you are cleared about your GMP PRP. Now we are going for a HSB study. Team, are you clear? Is there any question up to now? Are you clear? See, we spend a lot of time preparing for HACCP. Team, are you clear now? Is it clear? 100% clear up to now? So don't do any HACCP study if there's a violation in GMP. You got my point, right? Don't do any HACCP HACCP studies if there's any violation in the GMP. If you're not sure about the process map, don't do physically go and verify it. So imagine we took a very simple example making a tea. Even there are slight delays, slight gaps in the tea making process, right? Team, you got my point, right? Are we all clear? All right, all good. Gauss is good. Kavishka is good. What about others? Can I give one more feedback? Yeah, Kavishka is okay. Kavishka is good. Right, okay. I got 2-3 feedbacks. Indonesia and all. Okay, so I mean it's good. Now let's go to the hazard. The food safety team shall conduct a hazard analysis based on the preliminary information to determine the hazard that need to be controlled. The degree of control shall ensure food safety and where appropriate, a combination of control measures are used. Now, so hazard study has to be done by the food safety team using whatever the information you have collected up to now. Right, now we are going to do hazard identification. Now, when you do the hazard identification, first thing, without going for acceptable level, organization shall identify the document all hazard safety hazard that are responsible for expected to occur in relation to the type of product, type of process, and process environment. So imagine if you have an open product environment, like flies are there, like the open environment, dust is there. If you try to do a hazard analysis, you will end up with serious problem. But if you control that environment under GMP, then only you start to do the hazard. That will be easy. Like I know like there will be complexity, but you will understand with the case study. The identification shall be based on the primary information and data collection in accordance with the experience. So experience will be very handy, right? Internal and external information may be other industries, including to the extent possible epidemiological, scientific, and other historical data. Information from the food chain, food safety hazard related to the food safety of the end product, intermediate products and food at time of the consumption, statutory, regulatory, and customer requirements. Say now there was a war going in the world, right? So if you are bringing product from that particular area, the Iran, like those areas, now due to the war, you can't bring the product. So you are bringing product from different countries. Then of course you have to do a hazard study because why? Your raw material has changed, right? Where you buy the raw material has changed, right? Now, second thing, experience can include information from staff and external expert who are familiar with the product and processes in their facility. So when you have a food safety team, that's why I said like, restaurant, you don't need to hire you need to have a permanent chemist and a microbiologist. But you can get an expert who is working in a restaurant chains under chemist and all, right? So this can be like a contract basis. And then statutory regulatory requirement can include food safety objectives. Codex Alimentarius Commission define a maximum frequency and no concentrate of hazard in a food at a time of consumption that contribute to the appropriate level of protection. Say why it has given time of consumption mean based on the intended use. Again, intended use. Why? Say now when you do a HACCP study, say for example, tea bag, you might have a certain amount of not the pathogens, like maybe molds and yeast. Yeah. So I'm not talking about the aflatoxin. I'm only talking about the microbes. The moment when you put it into 100-degree water, all gone. So you don't need to worry about the molds and yeast anymore. So that's why standard said like at the time of consumption, right? So we need to concentrate that. Hazard should be considered in sufficient detail to enable hazard assessment and the selection of appropriate control measures. So we are not touched the control measures, but we are talking about, we are getting into that part. The organization shall identify steps receiving raw material, processing, distribution, and delivery at which each food safety hazard can be present, be introduced, increased, or persist. When identify the hazard, organization shall consider the stages proceeding and following the food chain, all step in the flow diagram. So the process equipment, utility service, and process environment and person. So we need to consider all these factors, right? The organization shall determine the acceptable level and the end product, each food safety hazard whenever possible. When determined acceptable level, the organization shall ensure the applicable statutory regulatory requirement, consider the intended use of end product, consider any other relevant information. The organization shall maintain documented information concerning the determination of acceptable level and justification of the acceptable level. Right. Now, we are going to start so I basically covered the theory part. We are going to start the hazard assessment. The organization shall conduct for each identified food safety hazard assessment for determine whether the prevent or reduce of the acceptable level is essential. The organization shall evaluate each food safety hazard with regard to the likelihood of the occurrence in the end product prior to the application of control measures, the severity of the adverse health effect of the effect in relation to the intended use, shall identify any significant food safety hazard. The methodology used shall be described and the results of the hazard assessment shall be maintained as documented information. Right. Now, so did you understand this part? I need a genuine answer. Did you understand this part up to now? Did you understand this part?
We did.
You did, right? Okay. So certain amount, right? But let's do a case study. Let's do a case study. You will understand. Now, before I do a case study, let me show you. Okay, great. Let me show you one case study. See, now this is one example, right? You can see this particular organization, they are bringing vegetables and fruit packing part. Hope you can see this, right? This one, can you see this? If you're okay, just put a mark here, like mark. You can see this, right? Okay, great. So you can see this part, incoming vegetable and fruit, receiving vegetable fruit washing only if necessary, transfer to the packing area, forming cardboard boxes, placing the white paper under the cardboard box. You can see all the minor details are given, right? Wrap only the required fruit in the white papers, putting fruit in vegetable in cardboard boxes, measure the weight, sealing the cardboard boxes, pasting label, box number, hotel name and department information about items in the box. So these are the things they do like that. So it's very simple operation, right? So this is the process flow diagram. Physically, you go and verify it, whether these things are there, right? Now, once you do this, hope you can see the hazard. This name has to be changed. This is Hope you can see this, right? You can see this? Yeah. So now you can see this is the vegetable and food, same process. You receive the product. So you have a process step. Vegetable and fruit processing only if necessary, transport to the packing area, forming cardboard boxes. So now, under each and every category, you identify the microbiological hazard from bacteria, molds, and other molds. So receiving with the fruits and vegetable you can have. Chemical oil residues, heavy metals, and pesticide residues has to be there. Sorry, physical. And then, so this has to be changed. Stand and stored metal particles during the transportation. So this should be changed. Right. So I'm giving example. That's easy because otherwise pointless going to theory, right? And then maybe allergens are not there. Maybe you can consider if it is a pineapple, right? So pineapple doesn't comes under the WHO allergen list. But if you Google and check what is the WHO allergen list, pineapple doesn't come. So it comes under regional allergen list. So maybe you can consider, okay, pineapple can be a, but other than that, normally fruits and vegetables are not allergens unless protein products are there. Right. So all food graduates, you know what do you mean by allergen, right? So you identify like under each and every step, what are the microbiological hazard, allergen hazard? What are the chemicals? So you don't say yes. You say, okay, in receiving vegetables and all, there can be oil residues, there can be heavy metals, there can be pesticide. So in receiving, there can be sand, stone, metal particles during transportation. Pineapple allergens, no, maybe you consider pineapple. Microbiological hazard from bacteria, molds, and other microbes. So maybe TVZ, yeast, mold, right? So you identify everything. So under each and every step, right? Under each and every step, you identify you identify all the hazards. You got my point, right? So now here, you can see process steps are identified. So imagine you one of your process step, forming cardboard boxes are not there. What happened? So the relevant hazards are for the particular steps are not there. Say, under forming cardboard box, microbiological hazard, bacteria, molds, and other microbes. Sandstone, particle material during handling. So now, forming cardboard boxes, what do you mean by microbes? Do you think cardboard boxes has microbes?
Due to humidity, there can be microbes inside.
You're spot on. So you're talking from the experience, right, guys? So
Yes.
yeah, because if you keep the cardboard boxes in a wet area, you ended up with a lot of fungus. Right. So when you purchase the cardboard boxes, the corrugated boxes, try to check the moisture level. If it is damp or if you feel like high moisture is there, sometimes you don't need to have a moisture meter, right? When you check incoming inspection, when you check the cardboard boxes, if you feel like it's wet, you don't accept it because your product is good. But when you pack, if you keep for some time, then it started to grow more molds, the fungus, right? So those kind of things. So imagine that step is not there, right? So there will be a serious issue. Now, my point, so you need to do everything. So even imagine boxes loading into the vehicle. So there's no hazard because of the cover. But then you mention no. But here you are not just mention yes, hazard yes, you just mention what is the hazard. Why? At the later stage, you are going to control this. Right now, team, you have done a case study on a tea making process. You have a process map for the tea making, right? So, and you did a modification as well. Now, I want you to do a hazard identification. So this is the hazard identification. You don't do anything, right? You understand each step, tea, taking a tea, black tea from the bag. right? You try to identify whether chemical, micro, physical agents they are. So maybe you think of your supplier also, like, whether they have a HACCP system or not. So you go back to the packaging and see whether they're HACCP certified or not. So if they HACCP certified, you can assure like, okay, pesticide might not be there, but you're not sure, right? So you identify that part. So now I want you to develop similar case study, right? Similar case study for your tea making, because that will be common. Or otherwise, if you think like, you have a industry process, certain you can use it that as well. But at least you need to do a HACCP study for the tea making, right? You already identify the process map for tea making. Now you need to identify the chemical, physical, microallergen hazard related to that. So one more thing, when you go for ISO 22000 and a Codex Alimentarius, these are the only thing we are talking about microchemical physical allergen. But when you go for BRC and other standard, like different standard, they've started to work on the radioactive materials. They started to work on the genetically modified products. But right now, since we are working on the hazard plan based on the Codex as well as ISO 22000, that's the commonly used. We will stick to these chemical, physical, microallergenic hazards, right? Team, are you clear now? Team, are we good? Team, are we good? We are going to do a lot of case study, right? Are we good? Okay, Kavisha, you're good. So now you can make it for like for the plain tea making, or maybe I think like we stick to the plain tea, right? Yeah, goes is good. So shall we take 5 minutes? Can you identify at least first 5 steps? Can you do a hazard identification? So under each and every step, you try to identify whether there's a chemical. Don't try to control it. Don't do nothing, right? Just identify whether the hazards are there. So we'll take about maybe 10 minutes. I think like a lot of work. So at least for 5. So now 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 22 p.m. will start, right? So you have about 10 minutes to do a hazard identification. Do the same thing. Share it in the group or share with me. All good? So if you have any question, just ask. I'm available. Team, are you good to do this case study? So now we are doing a HACCP study, right? So end of the program, you guys are capable of doing a HACCP study, right? End of the program, you guys are capable of reviewing your HACCP study as well, if there's one, right? So you have advantage, right? Even when you go to the industry, you are not just listening, right? Listening will just you will remain about 20% of the entire lecture if you are so good, right? Now you're listening for me like almost three and a half hours, right? So now your absorption level goes up, down. But when you started to do case study, you understand, and then you can even practice. So let's see what is your hazard plan, right? Okay. Team, are you done? Is this the first time you are doing a hazard plan? So I got a feedback from Kavisha. Okay, let's see Kavisha's plan. Receiving water equilibrium, hydro, heavy metal. Okay. Contaminated overhead tanks, all piping. Kavisha agreed. Because let me add one thing, right? When you do a water testing, now we have a friend from all right, folks, you can take a time. I'll just explain. Shall we wait for another 5 minutes? Kausha, your one is quite good. Maybe Kausha, you share with the group. I'll just use this to explain this. We'll wait for another 5 minutes. others can like contribute because I'll start like others can continue, but you can listen like, and I'll take the Kavisha's one. It was quite good. Kavisha, you can share this in the group as well, so others can see this as well. Kavisha, so this, let me start this. So basically, like, you said the receiving water, E. coli, Vibrio, heavy metals. Kausha, you need to basically, it is good, but you need to categorize this, right? Like, there are 4 categories. That's a mandatory. Say microbiological, chemical, physical, allergen. So you are basically like, you can't be, you can't use all in one format. Yeah. So E. coli, Vibrio, like those comes under the microbiological. And then the heavy metals comes under chemical, right? And then what about the physical and allergens? So even though there's no allergens, you have to mention that. Team, is it clear? You can see the format I have given, right? You can use a different format, but then when you do a hazard analysis, it has to consider all 4 categories. You need to show the evidence. Now, Kavisha's one, we don't have that evidence. Kavisha, you're clear with me, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. Categorized into 4 main groups, right? Then receiving tea, sugar, you're talking about aflatoxin, pesticide. Uh, so those aflatoxin and pesticide comes under chemicals. Then staple prints, that comes under physical. Then what about microbiological and then the allergen? So maybe you can say receiving tea bag sugar, but again, you can't combine both. So the tea bags and the sugar, you have 2 different hazards. You got my point, right? So tea bag has to have a 1 hazard line. Sugar has to have a 1 hazard line, right? Then tea bag infusion, chemical leaching, uh, chemical leaching, tea bag infusion. I'm not sure about this, but then maybe chemical, physical. What happened when you are infused, right? So no food grade filters, paper mesh. Okay, so your source course as there, right? Okay, then tea bag lifting, biological cross contamination mean the person hand, right? Use of bare hand to squeeze the bag. Okay, you squeeze the bag. Agree, fully agree. So, Kavisha, if you can do, I mean, you have a lot of details, but there's a fundamental violation. You have to make sure you need to have 4 category: chemical, physical, microagent. Because when you do the risk assessment, we are going to do risk assessment based on that. Yeah, you got my point, right? Right. Okay. Got a feedback from Yasmini. Let's see. Right. Yasmini has water sourcing and heating, microbiological pathogens using as potable water, non-potable water. Uh, uh, Yasmini, like, pathogens is very, very dangerous, right? Like, one thing, uh, when you try to find a pathogens in the water, is there anybody from microbiology background? Is there anybody from microbiological background? Like doing a microbiology as a major subject? Nobody, right? So finding a pathogen in water is not easy, right? So, but there are some other microorganisms, TBC, coliform, yeast, molds are there. So when you categorize, like, that's why, like, when you do a HACCP study, we need to have all discipline people. And then chemical hazard, heavy metals from all pipeline, chlorine. Yeah. This is what I try to mention before we wind up for the, give a more time for the, this thing. Say even Kavisha like just mentioned the heavy metals, the microbes from water. So I was mentioning like we have a friend from like the hotel industry. So when you take sample, water sample, because we need to validate the water sample is quite good, right? So when you try to validate the water sample quality, we are not just checking from one pipe, right? One outlet. We are checking from different outlet. Like even in your hotel, if you have like rooms, we take water sample from rooms as well. Why? Because we don't know during the pipeline connection, there can be a contamination, right? Like, right now the scenario is different, but when we start the consultancy work, we notice like, there are pipelines made out of clay, right? Made out of clay. So the chance of contamination is very high. But right now, there's no clay pipeline. All PVC pipelines are there. But you can see even in the road, like, you can see there are water leakage. So the water leakage means what? There can be a contamination for microbes, right? So those things, that's why, like, you take sample in a different places. You might now consider taking sample from different places might cost you a lot for the chemical, the analysis. No, what we do is like initially we take sample from 10 different places, but we ask laboratory to do a testing on a composite basis, right? So, but you identify these samples are 10, you put together and you do a one microbiological sample because of the cost factor. So if you have enough money, you can do 10 microbial samples, but you take 10 sample, you composite, combine, do one analysis, and then if all are negative, then you don't need to worry about it because like all the 10 places are good. But if there's a positive thing, then what you do, you have to do it again and like, you have to do a 10 sample again. I hope you got my point, right? Yeah. So this is microbiological part and then chemical hazard, all pipe chlorine byproducts. Yeah, there. And then physical scale, lime scale build up from the kettle, rust particle, agreed. So allergen none means you have to put no. Brewing steep, bacteria growth, sun tea method is use low temperature, long period. Pesticide. So brewing normally bacteria growth if method is used. So brewing like you the temperature is about like 70 to 80, right? So bacteria won't be there, right? So maybe like in this particular see what we do is we try to understand what are the hazard, chemical, physical, micro, allergen on this step. So when you brew, is there any bacterial introduction? I don't think so. So you need to say no, right? Chemical pesticides. Now you said like, brewing step, chemical residues, so mycotic, like, poor quality tea. Okay. So the pesticide are not coming from the brewing step, right? Pesticides are not coming from the brewing step. So we need to understand with the particular step, is there any chemical contamination while brewing, right? And then physical hazard, brewing, staples from tea bag. So staples are not coming from the brewing step. So that is coming, taking the tea bag, right? So Kavisha has under hazard and ratio active component are considered as a category of coming under chemical hazard, especially in seafood processing. No, we are not under Codex or under ISO 22000, we are not considering as a separate as a category. But if it is a radioactive materials are there, that comes under chemical. Yeah. So that comes under chemical. Right now we are considering all the chemicals, even genetically modified products that comes under chemical. Yeah. Right. So now I want you to understand clearly. Straining, contamination from dirty nets or uh, unsterile strain. So strains like yeah, can be like dirty hands or on. So you can just mention don't mention the statement. You can say the moles or yeast because dirty hands and can give you moles yeast, right? Leaching of chemicals from cheap plastic strain. Okay, plastic like microplastic can be there, right? Metal strain from worn mesh strain. Yeah. Team, I hope you understand my point, right? I'm giving feedback also. Right. Team, hope you understand. Okay, let's see. Wash hand as always. Contaminated food handler. Okay, now I'll take this example. Now goes right. So you have done a nice format. The format is agreed because you can share this with the group, right? So you said like wash hands and wash hands always. Contamination from food handler, microbiological. So hand washing step. What can go into the tea bag? What can go into the tea? You are washing your hands. Like that's the GMP requirement. So while you're, I'm like nothing to do with the tea, right? Because you agree with me.
Yes, yes. In case his hands touch the tea bag.
That's the next step. That's
Okay.
the next step. So you have a step saying, okay, tea bag, like I think like one of you said, okay, squeeze in the tea bag. So
Right.
then you can consider all the TVCO like yeast molds, but not at this step. So you are
Okay.
washing your hand, nothing to do with the tea. So like that's a GMP requirement. You are
Okay.
not introducing any hazard to the tea cup, right? At that step.
Yes.
Yeah. So see this program, what we try to do is like, I try to like, create your mindset as a HACCP specialist, right? So then like, everybody knows the HACCP concept, but if you don't understand the concept and if you don't know how to apply that, that will be the disaster,
Exactly.
right? Now, the whole purpose is like, you go back to your industry and apply this, right? Because you got it, right? So
Yes, yes.
then like hand washing always chemical and chemical hazard, hand washing sanitized residues. So that are also like not part of your tea, right? Person wash the hand. Say this can be a part of introduction for the like if you said like cup washing,
Correct.
then your chemical residue can be there because when you wash the cup, residues are there. Then that can be a contamination for the person who consumed the tea. But that is a cup washing process. You got my point, right? But hand
Yes.
washing, I'm not putting my hand into the tea bag and like doing anything. You got my point,
Right.
right?
Yes.
But physical has a jewelry. Uh, okay, that's challenging even for me. Uh, okay, person with the jewelry can fall. Okay, let's keep it allergens. No, okay. Wash the required utensil, kettle, heater, cup, mug, strainer, teaspoon. So the microbiological hazard. Okay, your second point is if there's no microbiological hazard, say no, right? Detergent, sanitizer residue. Fully agreed. You are spot on. Now you're on a right thinking, right? Right? Broken cup pieces, dark foreign matters. Fully agreed. Allergens no. Agreed. Then I'll take one more. Hot drinking water into a kettle, boiled drinking water into the kettle, or electric jug, or with the immersion heater. Survival of pathogen of water, not boiled. Agreed. So the porous forming pathogens. Agreed. Right? Detergent, because like there's a set of porous forming pathogens. So if you heat it, they can survive. Because you are spot on now, right? Detergent and sanitizer residues, you don't have that because you consider that at the beginning. The previous step,
Okay.
yeah. So now this step is boil drinking water into a kettle or electric jug, whatever. So then you don't need to worry about detergent and sanitizer because already it's introduced at the previous step. This step you are not adding any detergent, right? So
Yes.
you need to limit your thinking only to this step and the
Right.
hazard on this step. Introduction of the hazard on this step.
Right.
You got my point, right?
Yes.
Guys, if you can share this in the group, others also can see this, right?
I have already shared it.
Share. Okay, so others can see this. So it's a nice format. I'll try to explain this. And then rust and oxidation. So that is accepted. Like that is will be there. You want me to take one more?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Add tea leaves or tea bag to the cup and mug. So you mentioned pesticide residues and mold. So when you add tea leaves, pesticide residues and mold. So maybe, okay, accepted. Maybe you can consider that as a raw material. Otherwise, leave it like that. Pesticide residue or mold. Chemical. Maybe like not the foreign particle. Maybe you can see the pesticide, right?
Pesticides, and also sometimes the tea bag itself, there's a controversy that the tea bag itself is not not environmentally and also humanly friendly.
Okay. So let's agree. So pesticide can go into the chemical hazard, keep
Yeah.
molds into the microbiological hazard. Yeah.
Right.
And then, so then your pesticide part is covered. And then tea bag has a foreign product, bag can be torn. That particle will be there. Sometimes, the string part will be there. Yeah.
Staple, that can be a
Staple.
staple also sometimes.
Yeah. Staple will be there. Agree. So I believe like everybody is now in one platform, right? Let's see somebody else. Who's this? NetMe. Okay, let's see. NetMe is what? Okay. Boiling water, contamination from bacteria in water, if not boiled properly. So, boiling water is a killing step, right? NetMe. So you have need to understand. So if you are pouring water and if you say contaminated bacteria from the water, that is accepted. But boiling water, that's a step. So while boiling water, you are not introducing any bacteria, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I'm like boiling is a killing step. So there's no bacteria because you try to kill the bacteria. You are not introducing. And then residual chlorine or heavy metals in water. So this is also residual chlorine or heavy metal. You are taking water, right? So while boiling, you are not introducing any chlorine. Chlorine will evaporate, right? There's no heavy metal. Heavy metal will be there, but it came from a previous step with the water. Neti, you got my point, right? So the
Yes,
boiling
understood,
water,
sir.
yeah. So you need to specify that particular step. Somebody said, Yasmini said something. Yasmini, you want to say something? All right. Okay. So, and then physical hazard agreed, allergen agreed. So now, Nitin, like, you consider like physical hazard while you are boiling, you are not introducing any physical hazard, right? Same concept. So then adding tea leaves, microbiological contamination from tea leaves, salmonella molds. Very rarely you have salmonella, maybe molds is of course. So adding tea leaves, agreed. Pesticide residues on tea leaves, agreed. Dust mold debris in tea, agreed. Tea allergen. Normally we don't consider tea as allergen product, right? Have you heard anybody saying mang තේවලට allergic කියලා අහලා තියෙනවද? Have you heard? Is there anyone who is allergic for tea? Is there anyone who's allergic for tea? Normally tea don't comes under allergen product, right? So there are like I think 12 or 14 WHO guideline. WHO they define as allergenic product, right? Gluten or those kind of a thing, protein and all, but not tea, as far as my knowledge. Right? So tea doesn't come under allergen. Have you ever heard somebody saying, okay, I'm allergic for tea? No, right? So good. So we'll take one more brewing step. Growth of microbes if leave too long at the room temperature. Okay, brewing. No, brewing like step specified for 2-3 minutes, right? And then chemical none. Broken tea leaf particles. Physical hazard. Okay. Tea allergens. Okay. Netmi, you got my point, right?
Okay, sir.
Right. Let's take one more because this is very important. Receiving milk, bacterial growth, antibiotic residues, dust, milk allergy. Okay, so I agreed. Post this Ishara. Ishara, like you basically mentioned, bacterial growth, receiving milk. So, Ishara, we are making a plain tea, right? You are making a milk tea. So, value addition. That's fine. But receiving milk, bacteria growth is what? So, you are getting a reputed company, right? So, if it is open, antibiotic residues, chemicals, okay, then physical dust, milk, of course, you have a protein allergies, right? Store milk, spoilage microbes, chemicals, no, foreign particles. So now this is a classic example. What's this? Ishara. See, Ishara now, like milk we don't store in a everywhere, right? Like where we store like vegetables and all. So you normally store milk in a kind of a proper container and a closed container, right? So the chance of foreign particles goes into a container is very rare, right? You don't keep it. So that's why before we go for this HACCP study, we started to work on the GMP requirement, basic GMP requirement. So we have to fulfill all the GMP requirement, your facility, your equipment, your warehouse storage, and the people GMP requirement. Then only you go for a HACCP. Otherwise, imagine, you are not sure whether people are closed the container, the tea container has been closed properly or not, right? So if you are ended up with this kind of a scenario situation, that will be your HACCP study will be unlimited HACCP. But you have to make sure first you complete your GMP, PRP, and then only you started to work on the HACCP study. Tim, am I clear to you? So otherwise you will ended up with lot of things. Say for example, add sugar, contamination from moisture, that's fine. But then chemicals are not there. And then you said like add sugar, dust. So where you make this tea? Are you making tea outside? If you are if it is a facility, roadside facility, open facility, yes, agreed. Then you don't do HACCP for those kind of facilities. Right. First thing you have to make sure there's no dust coming. Right. So you have to make sure your GMP, PRP requirements are covered properly. Then go for a HACCP. Team, are you clear? Team, is this clear? Without proper GMP, PRP, don't do HACCP. If you go to the site and site is pretty much open, there's no pest control. All flies are all over and it's exposed to a dust, like dust are coming, right? And then people, there's no control. Nobody's wearing a PPEs. Nobody's wearing a hair hat. There's no hand sanitizing point. Hand washings are not there, right? And then the garbage are everywhere. Your kitchen is open, kind of a thing, right? Or maybe facility is open, like the coconut. Your hatcheting and the coconut making points are all open. The hatcheting people straight away they are going into the production house. Don't do HACCP because you are ended up with a great difficulties. Yeah. So there are so many cases. Team, are you clear this point? Because HACCP has to be done after you complete all the GMPs. Or you got my point, right? HACCP has to be done after you complete all the GMP requirement. You got my point, right? Okay. So Yasmini has 4 batchmates in his name. Netmi, Dulmika, and Chatumika. Okay, Yasmini. All right. Okay. So Yasmini is a team, right? You have a team. Okay. Okay. Fine. But
Yes,
I'm like,
yes.
all right. That's fine. But see, the guys don't get upset, right? So this is the way we learn about this. Even my case, like when I started to work at after graduating, I started at Unilever. So when I started to work, I started to involve with the hazard, right? So it's not easy. Even like I had to go work under each and every line just to verify whether the lines are like properly done. So then there are so many modifications. So then the drawings and the actual scenarios are different. So I had to go back and do the drawings again. So this is a very practical approach, right? So in this program also we try to do the same thing, right? So now you understand, like you are not taking an example from the industry because a lot of students are here. You are taking an example from a very simple plain tea making process, but that's good enough for us to learn, right? So then if you learn it properly, of course you can go to the industry, you can learn it fast, right? So this is very important part, right? So this is I hope you got my point, right? Anybody else? So we have okay. What's this? Dulmika, right? Dulmika or Dulmika. So collect potable or filtered water, bacteria, E. coli from contaminated water source, agreed. Microbiological, chemical, chlorine, heavy metals or chemical residues, agreed. Physical, sediment or foreign particles, agreed. So Dulmika, just elaborate the foreign particles. Say you can say mud particles or the scrape metal particles kind of a thing, right? Then heat water to 95 to 100. Survival of pathogens of water not heating sufficiently. Agreed. Porous. No chemicals, no physical, no allergens. This is perfect. And then add tea dust. Bacterial contamination from handling of poor storage. Agreed. Pesticide residues, heavy metal or contamination in tea. Right. Okay. Now, okay, this is where you add the tea, right? The starting point, agreed. The physical staples from tea bag, agreed. Allergens, no. Steep for 3 to 4 minutes, we call brewing. Microbiological growth if brewing tea held too long or room temperature. Okay. No chemicals, no physical, no allergens, agreed. Strain if lose the tea use. Cross-contamination from a dirty strainer. So now up to step 4. I mean, you can share this in the group. What's this? I'm sorry. Dulmika, you can share this in the group so others can see. Up to step 4, you are perfect.
Okay, sir.
Dulmika, right? I'm sorry. Right, Dulmika, you can share. Up to step 4 is perfect. Right, step 5, strain if loose tea use, cross-contamination from dirty strain. So cross-contamination microbiology, you have to mention like whether it's is mold. But one thing, can you remember our GMP practices? So we make sure the strainer is good quality and they are going through a proper washing process, right? So you need to consider that part as well. So if you don't have that, you go back to and develop a mechanism to go for the proper washing as well as the cleaning part, right? And then residues from cleaning chemicals, agreed. Uh, Strainer flues tea, agreed. Okay, strainer is washed, right? Broken strainer, mesh metal, foreign, agreed. Cross contamination strainer. Okay, now I think like all are there, right? So team, are we clear up to now? Team, are we clear up to now? Are we good? Now we know the raw material characteristic chart. We know finished product characteristic chart. We know end product, and we know intended use. We know the process mapping. Right now, we develop hazard identification. Under each and every process, what are the hazards we are facing? We identify that part, right? We identify that part, right? So all these things we identify. We good at that? Team, are we clear? All right. Okay. Now, time is 1 o'clock. Shall we take half an hour break? The lunch break? Shall we take a lunch break, half an hour? So, organizing committee, you need to give any introduction during this time?
Hope we are all good and we start at 1:30 after the lunch.
Then we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Now it's better. Now it's better.
Yeah, no updates from our side. Let's start after having lunch.
Yeah. So sharp 1:30. Team, enjoy your lunch. Don't eat too much. Because you will fall asleep. But we had to do a lot of case studies. Thank you very much, and I'll catch you all after lunch.